So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm a people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining. This are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move.
Quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now is it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, by one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now then, you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Ankara is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. from quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends. He cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investments in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil plc. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil plc and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power plc. Geregu Power plc became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank plc. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nut and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for Souq News.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television, and we are reaching you live from the commercial city of Lagos. I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Now let's begin from the Central Bank of Nigeria, where it had spent over 306 billion naira on staff costs in 2024, more than 7 times what it spent the previous year. A major part of the spending went to settle payments under its early exit program, which saw over 1,000 employees voluntarily leave the institution. The program, introduced as part of internal restructuring by the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso, offered financial incentives to eligible staff willing to exit the bank early. In its latest financial report, the Apex Bank revealed that 191.9 billion naira was spent on staff allowances, while salaries and wages amounted to 55.6 billion naira. Other costs include pension contributions, retirement benefits, and administrative expenses, bringing total personnel-related spendings to more than half of the bank's operating costs. While the CBN did not disclose the exact number of affected employees, it confirmed that the payments formed part of broader efforts to streamline operations and reduce long-term overhead. The financial reports also showed that the bank spent billions more on maintenance, professional fees, and sector intervention efforts. Now, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, had advised the Nigerian Atomic Energy Commission to reconsider its plan to build 4 large-scale nuclear power plants across the country. During a meeting with the Commission in Abuja, Adelabu questioned the push for nuclear power generation when Nigeria has yet to fully harness conventional energy sources. The acting chairman of the Commission, Anthony Ekedewa, told the minister that feasibility studies had already been conducted for possible sites in Kogi, Akwa Ibom states. He stated that the Commission is seeking collaborations with the Power Ministry, though funding remains a major constraint. While acknowledging the potential of modular nuclear reactors, especially under the newly decentralized electricity framework, Adelabu said focus should remain on maximizing existing energy options before committing to costly nuclear infrastructure. Despite his caution, the minister affirmed the government's willingness to partner with the Commission and proposed a joint workshop to explore practical steps for integration. Each of the proposed plants is designed to generate 1,200 megawatts of electricity. Moving on, Africa's creative sector is set to a major leap as For Africa Export-Import Bank has unveiled a $1 billion African film fund aimed at transforming the continent's film and television industry. Announced under the bank's Creative Africa Nexus program, the fund will support high-quality content production and boost global distribution of African stories. It also seeks to tackle long-standing challenges such as inadequate financing and limited infrastructure in the sector. According to Afreximbank, the president, Professor Benedict Orama, the initiative is a major step toward unlocking the economic potential of Africa's creative industry. The fund will be managed by the bank's investment arm, the Fund for Export Development in Africa, as a private equity vehicle providing long-term capital for filmmakers across the continent. The Africa Film Fund is part of broader efforts to position Africa's storytelling on the global stage while driving economic transformation through the arts. Now, the Bank of England is widely expected to cut its key interest rate to 4.25% today in a bid to shield the UK economy from slowing global growth. The anticipated quarter-point reduction aligns with the recent moves by the United States Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank to keep borrowing costs at low prices. Analysts say the expected rate cut, which markets have already priced in, could be the first of more reductions this year if economic growth and inflation continues to slow. The decision comes as the UK faces fresh economic pressure from proposed 10% tariffs on British goods entering the United States, its second largest trading partner. The Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey has warned that the tariffs could harm the UK economy even if the heaviest duties are avoided. Now, Bitcoin is getting closer to reaching $100,000 as more investors are becoming confident due to positive signs in the economy and upcoming trade talks between the United States and China. The cryptocurrency is currently trading above $99,000, up nearly 3% in the last 24 hours, fueled by optimism in financial markets and steady capital inflows. Analysts attribute the surge to the United States Federal Reserve's recent decision to hold interest rates steady. This led to a quick recovery in Bitcoin's price after briefly deepening it to just under $96,000. The crypto fear and greed index has returned to greed territory, highlighting growing investor enthusiasm. Bitcoin-linked exchange trading funds have also seen inflows worth over $4.4 billion since March. However, experts warn that delays in United States interest rate cuts or negative outcomes from this weekend U.S.-China trade talks could trigger volatility. Meanwhile, rising geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, especially a recent missile strike on Israel by Houthi forces, have also driven some investors toward Bitcoin as a safe haven asset. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Do stay tuned for Souq Business Landscape.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups. traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that it presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for Souq News TV.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
I love cocoa because of my everyday cup of coffee. You may not be a lover of coffee like me, but I want to believe that you would like to make money from cocoa if you have your way around it, isn't it? This is Cashcraft, where we share with you insights on how to make money out of different business ideas you might already know but feel uninterested. You might even not be aware and just feeling lost in the crowd trying to find what best suits you. Whether you know or not, it can only get better when you are open to more knowledge and great ideas. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I want you to join me as I spy into the cocoa business. No hypes, just what works. Everybody knows cocoa, but not everyone knows the many things it's used for. When you hear cocoa, your mind jumps straight to the chocolate, sweet, dark, rich chocolate. But cocoa is far more than a one-trick bean. Cocoa comes from the cocoa tree, Theobroma cacao, but the part used for cocoa and all the other products is the bean. which grows inside the tree's pod. The cocoa tree produces large, colorful pods. Inside each pod are 20 to 50 cocoa beans surrounded by sweet pod. The beans are the real stars. They are fermented, dried, roasted, and processed to produce cocoa solids, cocoa butter, and chocolates. Cocoa is rich in fat. Beyond chocolate, it is used for food and beverage, beauty and skincare, pharmaceuticals, agriculture and industry, health and wellness. Now, let's talk business. Starting a cocoa farming business can be rewarding, especially in tropical regions where the crop thrives. Here are key tips to help you begin. 1. You need to understand the crop. Cocoa grows best in humid tropical climates like West Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. It needs plenty of rainfall, shade, and rich, well-drained soil. And it starts yielding from 3 to 5 years after planting. 2. Get training or mentorship. Learning from experienced cocoa farmers or attending agricultural workshops can help a great deal. Likewise, understanding the life cycle such as nursery period to transplanting, maintenance, harvesting, drying and fermenting remains very important. Usually, cocoa trees begin their journey in a nursery where seeds from high-yielding varieties are planted in fiber pods or plastic bags. These seedlings grow quickly, and in just a few months, they are ready to be transplanted to the main farm. 3. Choose the right variety. Select high-yield and disease-resistant cocoa varieties like CRI series from Ghana or Amazonia and Trinitario hybrids. Number 4. Secure land. Choose land in a cocoa-friendly zone. Test the soil to ensure it's fertile and free from waterlogging. 5. Set up a nursery. Germinate seeds in polybags or trays for 3 to 4 months before transplanting. Alternatively, buy seedlings from a certified nursery. 6. Land preparation and planting. Clear the land and provide shade. Cocoa doesn't like direct sunlight. Space your cocoa trees 3 times 3 meters apart. Include shade trees like banana or plantain in the early years. We move to 7. Now, regular maintenance. Weeding, pruning,
Good day and welcome to Souq Business Landscape, where we decode the forces shaping business, policy, and economic life across Nigeria and beyond. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Today's edition will navigate 3 major developments, stirring conversations in boardrooms, markets, and households alike. Welcome to the Souq Business Landscape. I'm not doing this by myself. I have 2 gentlemen here by my side. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone watching. Moyo Soradebi here. Glad to be here with you, Priya.
Glad to be here, Moyo.
Yeah.
And good afternoon. I am Olumide Shokoya.
Well, gentlemen, okay, we are aware of what we are going to be talking about. However, let me just whet the appetite of our viewers and, of course, to launch us into the deep of what will be happening as a way of introduction. First, we break down implications of Nigeria's recently passed tax reform bills, what they mean for businesses, consumers, and government revenue in a time of economic recalibration. And next, we shift gears to an unlikely but essentially economic staple, salt. Beyond the taste, we explore its nutritional relevance, industrial value, and why Nigerians could do more to unlock its full economic potential. And finally, we turn our lenses to the international mobility as the United Kingdom tightened visa approvals for Nigerians. Not just Nigerians alone, but we are in the mix. What's driving the policy shift, and how could it affect education, trade, and diaspora remittances? These are what we'll be looking at today. So I know you know of these 3 stories.
Yes,
But
yes.
as a way of just personal, what just be your take for them generally when you're just giving an overview?
I would say that for the tax reforms, I was rather impressed and happy to some certain extent because, taxing the poor does not breed development for any nation. So the idea that we're maintaining the current 7.5 VAT tax, I think that's good. Increasing it to 10% or 15% was going to be really, is going to bear down so much on the people because there's a lot of economic problems that we're going through, so to speak, right now. For the UK visa restriction,
I don't know why you're laughing.
First of all, I don't like throwing racism around, carelessly, but there is some prejudice. And one of the reasons why I say that is because on that particular issue, there still isn't much clarity. Is this about the asylum, people overstaying, or is it just about the number of people who are migrating? So we'll wait for the white paper, which is coming later in May. But based on the little things that I'm seeing, I do have a few bones to pick on that particular subject. The salt one is also incredibly funny because I don't know why people who have no expertise in a given field are talking about it. So we'll see how the conversation pans out.
Olumide.
All right, just like you rightly said, talking about the two bills, it's quite good. The fact that it proposes to replace the FIRS, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, with the Nigerian Revenue Service. We hope that it would ease the payment of tax, remove bottlenecks and all that. And just like you rightly said, it's not just about taxing the poor and all that. So it's a good bill. We'll look at the advantages and disadvantages of it. Secondly, regarding the salt issue, it's quite funny how, a particular person said something and people, and it talks about how sometimes we need to watch what we say because sometimes you can say something that will affect. But I like how the authorities are now into this and, it's something we should have been doing, regulating all these foods.
Not until one
person said something carelessly, and now all of a sudden we're now realizing that too much of salt is not good. It's. I mean, if you go to your doctor will tell you.
This is basic information.
It's a basic stuff, information that is just out there, And for the strict visa, well, I think just like you said, I like to wait for the white paper, but it's obvious. We all know who would lose at the end of the day. It's not really Nigerians. It's them because we are actually helping the economy. But we'll go into that.
Wow, Nigeria is so big. It's helping the economy of the UK. We'll find out about that. But you know what? Let's jump into the business of the day. This is your business, your economy, and this is Souq Business Landscape. Let's get started. The Nigerian Senate has passed 2 of the 4 major tax reform bills sent by President Bola Tinubu, signaling progress in his administration plan to overhaul the country's tax system. The Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Bill and the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill were passed on Wednesday after a close review and third reading during plenary. The bills aim to restructure tax administration and improve transparency and coordination in revenue collection across the country. Senate President Godswill Akpabio raised the development, stating that the reforms would enhance government and strengthen the federal government's capacity to collect and distribute revenue effectively. The Senate also rejected proposals to raise VAT from 7.5% to 10% and to phase out funding for key development agencies, citing concerns about economic impact to ensure sustainable funding for agencies like funding the NITDA, that's the National Information Technology Development Agency, and NASENI. The Senate introduced a new 4% development levy. According to the bill, 50% of the levy will go to TED Fund, while the remaining 50% will be shared among the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NITDA, NASENI, the National Cybersecurity Fund, and the Defense Security Fund. The company income tax rate remains at 30%. Yeah. Okay, so we have overflogged this issue about tax to the extent that if you ask any man on the street, they'll be telling you, look, let them just pass and take action.
Yeah.
And one part that I see the Senate was tackling is this issue about NASENI, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, and they do not want NIDA, the National Information Technology Development Agency, to also go into extinction because, and it came from what you said. If the government is going to increase tax, the VAT, value-added tax, from 7.5% to 2026, it will be moved to 10%. And from 2026 to 2027, it will also move another fraction higher. And before we got to 2030, it would have got to 15%.
Yes.
If we continue in that speed, NIDA, TED Fund, a chunk of this VAT is being used to sponsor these agencies. And by the time we get there, their sponsorship or the fund that will be deducting from tax, from VAT, to them would have gone into extinction. So, but like you said, are we going to be taxing the poor?
It's not sustainable. You know, and one of the things I like about the way they broke this down is I can see how it can be sustainable. You know, I'm looking at it here now, and it's supposed to say, it says here that by 2030, even the 4% that goes, I believe, goes to the development levy would be dropped to 2%. Right? And at the end of the day, while it might be expensive, you know, for us, the consumers on our part, to pay all that money, the fraction of the way it will affect the bottom line of companies would be a lot less. They can share that loss in the sense, in the way, in the cost, the margin on their product and whatnot. So it doesn't affect their bottom line so much when you look at the numbers, as much as it will affect me and you, the customers, the consumers on you know, on the street. So it does make sense, and I think it's a brilliant approach. You know, I really am the kind of guy who supports the government and the Senate and whatever they do. But I know that this is better for all of us, so to speak.
Okay, so one of the reasons I'm going to come back to what Moyo said about taxing. Probably I'm going to take the other side of it, so that we look at the issue very, very clearly. Because sometimes when it's issues about taxing the poor is part of society.
Yes.
So if they, you know, make their own contributions to upholding the way society functions, because taxation is used to fix infrastructure, is used to provide other social and public facilities that both the rich and the poor will use in society, and the absence of it will leave those social amenities, you know, in a decadent format, and we do not want that. So what's your perspective about this reform bill and the two bills that have been passed recently and their impact?
Well, I think one of the benefits is the centralized tax administration, you know, consolidating all these tax together. And because if you look at how many tax we pay, it's too much. We're paying this, for cybersecurity, VAT, this levy. It's too much. But I believe this new bill now, it brings everything together, which is very good, so that we know that this is the amount. But one thing I am not sure of is how will it thrive? You know, with the new local government autonomy and all that, how would they be able to synchronize? Would they be infringing on each other's boundaries and all that? It's something that they really need to look into. So I don't know how they would fix that, but hopefully. But like he said, it benefits low-income earners, because from what I have here, it's going to be exempting about individuals earning less than 800,000, which is quite good, because I'm not part of the people who believe that our president is a tax collector. Some people are of that theory that he likes to just tax. So this bill maybe prove the naysayers
otherwise. But if the president, one of the reasons why people see Mr. President as you know, one who can leverage more on taxation is because of his first administration, during his administration rather, as Lagos State Governor. He was able to grow the income base, the IGR of Lagos, from a paltry sum, no, apart from some running to some few billions.
But you know, that was based on the fact that the current president that time, they were in a scuffle and he stopped revenue going to Lagos. Now imagine if revenue was flowing, would he have done that?
Well, I mean, he is an accountant.
He's an accountant.
So
He knows how to get money.
Yes,
It is
but
right up his alley
it was
to do
because
that.
Obasanjo back then stopped that. And he sought
But I
for-
don't think we could say for a fact that even if they were on good terms and they didn't have all these little issues back then, that he wouldn't have done the same. I don't think he would probably still have made the measures to ensure that Lagos had some financial autonomy on their own. We can't say for a fact that he wasn't going to do that. But again, as we've said here, at the end of the day, we all know that this is Tinubu's bill. He proposed this bill, and kudos to him for this one. That's all I'll say.
Yes, but I want to go back to what he said. I don't think Mr. President then, as the governor of Lagos State, actually did that because he felt the president then, Olusegun Obasanjo, removed his allocation to local governments and said, okay, if you do that, I'm going to, go ahead and source for fund by taxing Lagosians. Even if he did that after that removal or that rejection came from the president, well, it paid off. And if that was the case, probably it would have stopped or it would have gone down with the intensity with the way it was taxing Lagosians. It would have abated. But it didn't. And people attributed it to him that he had a master plan. And that was one of it. And if you look at Lagos very well, it doesn't just go by the name Center of Excellence for nothing.
Yeah.
There are businesses in this place.
That's something I also wanted to say. It's not like it was outrageous in the way you went about collecting the taxes.
Course.
One of the major problems we have when it comes to tax is actually collecting these taxes and being able to track the people who are owing and whatnot.
Yes.
So he put in the framework to be able to actually collect these taxes that needed to be collected. So it's not as if he just started imposing ungodly levies all over the place. Exactly.
No, he didn't. He didn't do that, which is a good thing. But now let's just say it's bringing that vibe, for lack of a better word, to the federal level. But one aspect, which is one benefit that we enjoy or that Nigerians will enjoy, is that it will assist low-income businesses.
Yes,
businesses, there's this threshold, which I think in the wisdom of the president and Mr. Taiwo Oyedele and those who crafted that bill, are very, very considerate, and their economic policy towards driving Nigerians to businesses and empowering them to become self-reliant is obviously stated in that tax reform bill. And the reason why I said this is because businesses who do turnovers of 25 million naira yearly are exempted. Yes. So if they are exempted, do you know how much it takes to do 25 million naira turnover for a year?
How many companies do
that for a year?
For a year.
Apart from the banks that have been declaring billions of. So if companies let's just say your company does 18 million naira a year, you are exempted from that level of taxation. So what it gives you the financial capacity to employ more manpower and to equally expand as well. So on that particular aspect, I would see that as innovative and putting Nigerian local business, most especially the SMEs, in a position where they will be able to compete.
Yes.
So that in itself is a good thing. But one thing I also want to scowl at this administration is that people who earn 800,000 naira annually are exempted from the tax. Please. I see that as how it's okay. Let me not go there. But I see 800,000 naira. How many people, if you were to divide 800,000 naira by 12, how much do people going to earn a year? A month?
That's probably around like 72,000.
72,000, which is barely the minimum wage.
Barely,
So why can't you just move it upward to people who earn
probably
3 million naira a year?
Yeah,
3 million naira a year. Because I don't even think people who earn 3 million naira a year falls into the middle class.
Especially when you think about the whole the inflation situation right now.
Okay.
I think baby steps.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Okay.
For now, I think baby steps. Because it could have been, and I don't want to talk like someone who has Stockholm syndrome, but it could have been so much worse. But you do make a great point with that. But again, these are things that we have to ensure that we continue to call for things like that. There is a human angle to every policy that is made.
Yes.
Every policy, you have to look at the average man on the street, even the middle class. Because even the middle class right now, they are struggling. It's not exactly easy to be middle class in Nigeria right now. It's not.
No, it's not.
So you have to take all those things in consideration. One of my major problems, I would always say, is that there seems to be a little detachment from reality when it comes to how these policies are crafted sometimes. But this one, I'd say, is probably one of the best I've seen so far in recent years. Yeah.
Olumide.
Well, just like you rightly said, even though the 800,000...
it's quite small. It's very, very small.
It's very small, but it benefits some people, for a fact.
If we expand it, because when we look at inflation, for 2024 alone, I cannot begin to calculate how many times transport fare run up. Now, this is Lagos, where we are beginning to look at, okay, the middle class, those who belong to the grassroots, the ebb of society, and those who are the upper echelon of society, and we look at transportation, and fuel is not as expensive as the way you could be buying fuel or fueling your car in Jigawa State, because Lagos is relatively cheap.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, let's go on break just for a moment. When we return, before we delve into the next topic, we might still look at some gray areas of the recent bills rather in the tax reform bills that have been, given a nod, and the ones that are yet to come, which is going to be taking place later today. When we return, Souq Business Landscape continues to stay with us.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Her historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. It's still Souq Business Landscape, and we are looking at the tax reform bills. Recently, the House of Representatives, the National Assembly, has passed 2 of the tax reform bills, and the pending 2 more bills, because we have 4 of them that made up the whole tax reform bills, will be passed later today during plenary by the National House of Assembly. Now let's move on to other aspects of the conversation, still on tax reform bill. And first of all, when the tax reform bill surfaced, one of the critical information or the areas that were considered is about the sharing formula.
Exactly, yeah.
And then we were having the bickering among members in the House of Representatives and in the Senate concerning the sharing formula, and the headquarters of offices are in Lagos, Nigeria, but most of the people that consume this product are dwelling somewhere in Kano State. So how are we going to share the proceeds? Are we going to have 30% shared based on population? Are we going to have 50% shared based on the location of the headquarters? That are we going to have 20 or 30% shared based on? And this conversation, became a thing of the North-South dichotomy, and it became politicized. So let me get your perspective in this.
Well, I would say, those are details that obviously, we are going to have to amend as we go by. Those little details just to fine-tune this. But you look at the revenue sharing adjustment so far, I think it's huge. For the states, it used to be 15%, now it's 55%. That's a lot. Yeah. That's a lot of. You were about to say something?
No, go
ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a lot. A lot of growth, and it gives the state more capacity. To cater to the local needs of the people in the state. Yes. For the federal government, it dropped from 15% to 10%.
Yes.
Local government remains unchanged. But then again, I think it's still a win. As you rightly said, we will have to fine-tune this as we go, and that's why the Senate and the House of Reps are going to sit down and they have to do the work that we hired them, so to speak, via elections to do. They better do the work. But this is a step in the right direction. We talk a lot about fiscal federalism. This helps us achieve that. True and true.
Talking about taxation, I will like to commend some states, and the reason why I'm talking about commending that is that Lagos is on the front burner of those states because of its intentionality in making sure that it has a conducive environment for businesses to establish to breed and to be able to expand because they have the market. The market here, we're talking about the population, and most especially that conducive environment. The way Lagos generate, IGR, and the way companies, come to the eyebrow areas to buy properties, to set up offices. I cannot begin to talk about, the Eco-Atlantic or the Banana Islands of these days now, and how rapidly they sprung up almost out of nothing. It's because of the intentionality of this state in making itself the hub and indeed live up to its responsibility as the center of excellence when it comes to business, economy, and development. So other states should emulate, because in this tax, I don't want to talk about some other areas so that the NBC do not come asking questions. But there are some products that in the southern part of the country,
in the northern,
you can freely gulp and consume. But you can't do that in the northern part of the country. However, those products, that's a very hefty amount that they churn out and they generate to the coffers of the government by way of value-added tax. Now, why should it be shared equally? Or why should we come close in sharing that proceeds if you had made laws that bar those products from being consumed in your territory?
I want to approach this
in a very delicate way.
It's a very delicate situation, because if you look at some of these companies, let's take for instance alcohol and that, they churn out a whole lot. And we know in some parts of Nigeria it's prohibited. In fact, different factories and lounge and all that where they sell this alcohol has been destroyed.
Banned.
Products burnt. And when the proceeds goes to the federal government, it's distributed. There's no discrimination. They don't say, okay, it wasn't produced here, it wasn't sold here. It's so if you remember when former governor of River State took the federal government to court, talking about how he feels that states to generate and retain their own. I'm sure he must have thought of certain things like that how can we be generating so much and another state that is not generating, giving him, it feels somehow. But, well, the federal government, this is something they should look at. I don't know how they can fine-tune this revenue sharing formula and all that, so that other states need to benefit more than other states. Lagos, the oil-rich states, and the rest of them, because they are generating a whole lot. So they need to get a chunk of that.
Okay, so in a way to incentivize states that are taking it up on their shoulders to be able to lay up policy frameworks for their state and their territory to be able to bring out businesses to tap into some of those uncharted waters. Okay, for instance, before Fashola came to power, or I remember when he immediately got to power, there were some of the roads, most especially in Surulere area, that Western Avenue, that road was a no-go area. It was moving from Maryland to Costain to down to Marine Beach. It was it just came and expanded the road. By that alone, we saw free flow of traffic. Not only that, the wharf, the ports in Apapa, there was a time that the trailer, queue all the way from there down straight to Alaka to Costain.
It was a nightmare.
I will add to that. The entire of that Alaka corridor,
yes.
If you look at it now, there are so many businesses that were not there during that time.
Why did they come there?
Because the roads are more accessible.
Road. In Ajegunle, the roads were very bad. Fashola came, just fixed the road, and the price of real estate equally run up.
It went up, yeah.
Just little initiative. So is it rocket science?
You see, this is why I'm even happy that no state governor now can say they don't have enough resources to do things like that. Do you understand? with policies like this new VAT, the increase from 15% to 55%,
Yes.
they can't say they don't have enough resources to do things. And that's why we need to hold our governors by the jugular now, because they can't be giving excuses and we're not going to take it from them. Right? So these are the little things. It's not rocket science. Just that road that he did, look at the ripple effects of that. So if we're going to talk about the people in the north, and okay, again, we have a justification to say they shouldn't probably take as much of a percentage as other states because there are some products that that are VATed that they don't consume over there.
Yeah.
But if you look at it holistically, you know, the VAT itself, it's, you know, going into education, it's going to so many other things that are of national importance,
Yes.
right? So if we look at it more holistically, we just have to, you know, hold the governors there by the jugular, you know, support agriculture, support infrastructure. The ripple effects, we will feel it over here ourselves.
Yes.
The things that we don't have here that they have, we'll also earn
You
from
mentioned
that.
it, agriculture.
Yes, they have agriculture, so why not?
Tons of trailers.
We just have to be
of
patient for them,
produce.
you know, to get there and hold their governors accountable. That's just it.
Okay. So now we're moving away from issues on the national tax reforms. We'll move on to something that's somewhat sensitive and require expert knowledge in this. The Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare has issued a public advisory cautioning against misinformation on salt consumption, urging collaborations from key stakeholders in the food and beverage sector to support a new national health initiative. In a statement released on Wednesday and signed by the Deputy Director of Information and Public Relations, Alaba Balogun, the ministry said it is ramming up efforts to implement a national sodium reduction strategy, a move with far-reaching implications for manufacturers, restaurants, and informal food vendors across the country. The ministry stressed that while sodium is essential to human health, excessive intake prevalent among Nigerians has been linked to increased risk of hypertension, stroke, and kidney disease. According to the World Health Organization guidelines, a daily salt intake should not exceed 5 grams. However, local research indicates that the average Nigerian consumer consumes more than double this amount. The new policy introduces national sodium targets across all food categories, aiming to reformulate processed foods and re-educate consumers and support industry innovation in healthier food production. You know, I had been to restaurants.
Yeah.
This is good, and I know this was coming because someone very prominent spoke and gave a different perspective about salt intake. And you know, when someone very prominent speak about something that touches the lives of many people and has a very large following.
The nature of his prominence as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It will garner very large support. And the Ministry of Health and the Minister, Ali Pati, coming out, one of its government functionaries coming out to address that. It's key and it's very, very important. I've been to restaurants where after buying the food to eat, it's quite salty. Very salty. So I was thinking, okay, the National Agency for Food, Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, this falls within your jurisdiction.
It's within their
purview. Okay, so I was thinking, how NAFDAC, are they going to be responsible for it? Imagine you being a NAFDAC official and you were posted to these places. You just go have breakfast and say, well, the food tastes good. You go to another eatery and have lunch and like, okay, fine, I need you to make some corrections here and there. And for dinner, you go to another place, have the same food. So I'm like wondering, how is NAFDAC going to regulate this among the eatery and the restaurant?
I mean, it is funny to me, but again, that's why they are NAFDAC, so they need to figure this out. This is their job. They have to go to these places and, they have to I think this is why also they have to educate them as well. Right? If people are having hypertension and dying of strokes, you get less customers. So let's try and walk through something here. So they have to come up with something by way of monitoring. to ensure that this doesn't kill people and it doesn't harm people negatively. It's a holistic thing. It has to be about everybody, because it sounds funny, but this is a very important thing. I think they say you shouldn't take more than at least 5 grams, which is less than a teaspoon of salt. But you see a day, yes, as a human being. But you just see them open all this salt and just pour it into the food, and all they do they taste and they move on. Salty they don't enough. Care. They don't like salty enough. But is it healthy enough? That's the real question. So there has to be some education about this. And I remember happy that the minister sort of tackled this early on as it came out, because not many of them are proactive. No shade to any of the ministers out there, but not many of them are proactive. So I applaud him for that. Now, everybody who works in the health industry, the National Medical Association, everybody needs to step forward. If your job is to ensure that the people are safe, when you see things like this as authorities in the industry, you have to step up. That's just it.
Okay, Olumide, talking about monitoring. So I'm trying to think of the kind of innovation that NAFDAC is going to put on to monitor this process, most especially from food vendors. Who monitor food vendors? I mean, do we have connoisseurs that taste their food on a daily basis? Or is there a specific time during the year or the week that we have the monitoring agencies for, or is NAFDAC just meant for products alone? Because NAFDAC is responsible for food and beverage, as long as it's coming in through your mouth.
It's a whole lot when you look at how NAFDAC or how will I put it? I'm trying to look for a better word. What is ahead of NAFDAC right now is a whole lot, because first of all, we have imported foodstuff, canned foods. How are you going to regulate that? These are foodstuffs that are brought from other countries. Are you going to now reach out to the manufacturers or to the government of those countries and say, okay, reduce the amount of salt? Then let's come into Nigeria. How are you? I know, yes, we can go after the big multinationals and manufacturers in Nigeria, but what about the canteens, the bukas, the local bukas we have here? Now, let's do a quick stuff here. You want to prepare soup. You boil the meat. You put salt. You fry it, or you might not fry it. When you're not preparing the soup or the stew, you still add salt. That's more than a teaspoon already. Because for the meat alone, I'm sure what you will put, the quantity will be almost 5 grams, which is about a teaspoon. So it's not just NAFDAC, it's also we educating ourselves. Exactly. I remember days of Ebola when our mothers and fathers called us that we should come home and bathe ourselves with salt and water. And it's quite surprising that we've not learned from that, reckless statement and all that. But it's a whole lot for NAFDAC. Just like you rightly said, would there be inspectors, food inspectors that will be going from one buka to the other? Because these bukas is where we should actually really concentrate on, not just the eateries and all that, and food processing manufacturers and all that, the noodles, this and that, even pastries also. How are they going to, just like you said, someone going to be tasting. Now, for someone who's going to be tasting, it's a whole lot of risk for you to be having to be tasting a lot of salt.
But here's the thing, I think that's why it's also important. They have to have guidelines, for things like this. Abroad, there are people who go, the health inspection officers.
Yes, they go.
They go around. It's not exactly something that can be done. They go around. You can copy how they do it. There's nothing new under the sun. Learn how these people do it and go out there. Inspect these places. Even some of these restaurants are even very dirty. If we even leave salt aside,
yes.
If we even leave the salt issue aside, you go. In fact, some are beautiful on the outside. Then you get into their kitchen and you just see rats just running around. And I've been to many. I don't want to say the area, so nobody comes at me from there. But I've been to many around, and you just sit down and then you just see a rat run around. If there were health inspection officers who they know can come at any time, every month. Maybe they show up like 3 times a month every month, but you don't know the date. And You won't see all of those things there. It's a business. They want to make money as well, so they will do what they need to do. And also, the education part is actually very important, because there's nothing as important as people knowing that, other than the fact that there's a discipline, consequence to this. It's just good for you. It's good for everybody. It's the right thing to do. So that's just it. We need people. I mean, we have a lot of institutions, even consumer protection.
FCCPC.
Yeah, I personally don't see much of them, and I need to see a lot more of them.
They're doing quite well.
They can do,
I've seen.
They can do much better.
But they can do much better.
Especially when we talk about this importation stuff.
Yes.
These are things you shouldn't just be able to just import any product you just see. There should be, some certain guidelines on what you can import and their content. If you look at products in Nigeria, I think there was a time there was this soft drink that they said a certain ingredient is less in the UK because they don't allow. I can't remember.
Or something like that.
They don't allow excessive consumption of that because it's unhealthy. But then they tested it here in Nigeria and it was like double what was over there.
And we are importing it from the UK.
Yeah, no, I don't know. We're not importing. They have their breweries here. Yeah, they have their. Yeah. But I'm just saying, they know that it's not healthy, but they are still doing it here. That means somebody's not doing their jobs.
Yes.
Okay, so the health implication can be looked at, and whilst I was going through that excerpt, it said that it's responsible for heart disease.
Yes.
Yes.
And
stomach cancer.
For what?
Stomach cancer.
For stomach cancer.
Yeah, kidney problems.
And kidney problems.
Yeah.
And, a nation is as healthy as its people.
Of course, yeah.
And if they deduce the fact that this is not healthy for Nigerians, then we must begin to look. Because sometimes we're talking about salt. There are other spices that we use that, are salty in and of themselves. Something as natural as crayfish. The salt in it. Because it's is it a sweetener? But there's a way it tastes. And the normal cubes, the Maggi.
They all have salt in them.
So if you are going to use 5 grams of salt already, and we are going to use Maggi.
Add those ones.
And you add those. So normally we've exceeded.
You've exceeded it.
Normally.
I don't know if I can tell Lagosians. Sometimes I fry my eggs sometimes without salt. Because by the time you put it inside your bread, you don't even taste it that, the salt is necessary. And I'm not joking. I'm being for real. So what I'm just saying is using it excess. The key to life generally is balance. So you have to know the quantity of everything that is balanced, for that.
Yes.
So there's no need. You have your sauces, you have your turmeric powder, we buy all this ginger powder that we have. We just pour everything. Most of them already have salt in it. Tone it down a bit. Just tone it down a bit, generally speaking.
Okay, great. So because the informal sector is, and that's where you were talking about the bookers and the roadside. You're going to the office in the morning. You were unable to prepare something for yourself when you were leaving the house. You just
beans and bread.
Yes, or probably even let's bring it down to the ground of the root of society, and let it be what Nigerians feel.
Yeah.
The malam at the roadside that does the bread and egg, or the suya seller at the roadside, that cuts those meat and roasted meats, the salt in it. Sometimes you don't add though, but there are a few that add. How do we regulate? So are we going to this informal sector? Because regulating the informal sector is
huge.
It's a
major issue. Yeah.
And it's very, very demanding. So I remember, and these are the responsibilities of the local government.
Exactly.
Because they are closer to the people at the ebb of society. And all this, the NAFDAC should have an office in the local government. The FCCPC, they have offices at the local government. Because if there was a time when Nigeria and Lagosians were practicing the environmental sanitation every last Saturday of the month. If you are not doing that, it's the local government officials that comes to knock at the door and to enforce that. So is there a way we can bring them out again in this, or is that something that if the federal government is making a law from the Ministry of Health for it to be implemented, of course it comes down and trickles down to the state, the states, the ministries and the commissions of health in the state level. Then we will not go to the local government level to which we implement this. So we should have a chain of implementation. Now, whilst businesses seem to be thriving, because sometimes you can look at it from the psychology of marketing and businesses too. It could be that some businesses will tell you, if you reduce salt from this product that we are making huge sales from, people are going to stop patronizing it.
Yeah.
Just it reminded me of a particular brand of noodles that they reduced their seasoning and people are already complaining. So imagine if they reduce...
And that seasoning has salt in it.
Yes, of course, it does. So reducing it further might also reduce their sales.
But at the end of the day,
it's healthy.
At the end of the day, you buy what you see.
True.
So if we can ensure that it is uniform across board, and I think you said it all, really, we have primary health centers now in local government. Bring all these people out. Everybody should come out. Go and enforce this thing. If I go to this suya man and I notice that he has reduced, and I go to the next one and I notice that he has reduced, we will all be fine.
The suya man will be okay.
We will all be fine.
How is he going to measure?
They will show him. Call all of them to a town hall meeting. Give them a presentation. Let them see. In fact, let somebody even speak their language to them. It's not rocket science. We just need to do the footwork for this to happen. It's what it is.
I feel we should also educate Nigerians themselves. They need to actually know that too much salt. Because I've seen where you offer someone food and he'll tell you, oh, there's no salt in this. There's salt. Can I have some? And it's sprinkled. So we need to really educate ourselves.
You're right.
Do you understand? Because if you go enforcing suya man that, oh, don't put too much there, and someone else comes and says, don't mind it, put suya for oil. He takes the suya home, puts his own spice.
And then that's his personal business.
That's what I'm saying.
If he does that, that's his fault.
Yes, but we need to educate ourselves.
We can do
because
that.
Even when you educate the suya man or those who sell food at the corner, you've been to some canteens. Okay. And you are served on the table. In Nigeria, you see a shaker, salt shaker there.
Yes.
Sometimes you will see fresh pepper shaker, powdery fresh pepper shaker on the left.
This is tough.
So
it's a whole lot.
This is tough.
So people, culture will play a significant role. And like the businesses that feels, okay, we have this product, and you know what? It's spicy. It's somewhat salty, but you know what? It sells. Reduce the quantity, and that product goes into extinction in the market. What are we going to do in cases like that? Well, the government is churning out the policy should devise means on making sure that this policy gets to the head of society, and people, the workforce to implement this policy, are told to go out to do so. We're going to break again, and when we return, we will be talking something that is familiar to you and I. Maybe I should give you a glimpse by saying it has to do with Jakba. Don't go anywhere.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. African Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. The United Kingdom is planning new immigration rules that may make it harder for Nigerians, Pakistanis, and Sri Lankans to get visas. The UK says many people from these countries overstay their visas and later apply for asylum. The move comes as more Nigerians continue to relocate abroad in search of better opportunities, a trend locally known as Jagba, according to the Times. The UK Home Office is preparing an immigration white paper to fix what it calls a broken immigration system. The plan will focus on people arriving on work or study visas who later seek asylum. UK officials said they are gathering more data to stop the abuse of the system and may change visa rules quickly when needed. Visa rejections for Nigerians have increased sharply in 2023. 1 in 8 applications was denied, compared to 1 in 31 in 2022. This has led to a 63% drop in UK visas issued to Nigerians. Many are now exploring other countries like the United States, despite tighter visa rules. There as well. The full UK plan will be released later this May. And that is it for us. Now, I'm an advocate for Nigerians. We own the world. Please go out. Go to UK, go to US, whether Donald Trump is the president or not. go to Sri Lanka, go to... In fact, there's a saying among some well-traveled people that anywhere you go in this world, if a Nigerian is not dwelling there, check it. That place is not a good place to live.
You should leave. You should leave there.
That you should leave all of it. I know it's a saying, but you know what? I think there's truth to it. But if we talk about immigration, don't you think Africans, and indeed Nigerians specifically in Europe, in UK, that we have made that quite a larger chunk of the income for that country?
Yes, and in many ways as well. And one of the things that these people do is not even just visa fees. They have a lot of hidden fees underneath as well. This same UK, for example, I know they increased their visa fees in 2023. In 2024, they did not, but they increased the health surcharge. There's a health surcharge fee by 66%.
66%.
And Nigerians still paid. And again, it's deeper because there's a desperation to leave Nigeria. And I think that it's until we get to the root of that, until we solve the problem, the reason why we just want to, because Japa means to escape.
Yes,
literally. It doesn't mean to travel.
It doesn't mean
you are running away from something.
I just think the BBC they did not give that the right perspective when they put it into the dictionary.
Yeah. People are trying to escape from what are they trying to escape from? It has turned into a whole business thing now. So they are okay. They know you spend the money. Come and study here, but they don't want you to stay. Because I will still say this, personally for me, while we wait for more information on this, I still think that these countries that were mentioned, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Nigeria, they're just low-hanging fruit.
Nigeria
just send a message. Because they know that we're not going to, what are we going to do about it? What have we done about it every time they said something weird about us? It was still in 2016 that David Cameron was at a banquet and he saw the Nigerian president and said, ooh, the Nigerian leaders are here, fantastically corrupt. There is prejudice. I didn't want to say racism, but there is prejudice, whether I say that or not. So this is how they see us. There is no, the way we say here, they don't rate us at all. Until they can tell us, because again, I said this is a big issue. You don't just put names out there like that. Give me a list of 20 countries and let's know the people who overstayed their welcome and the amount of people who said they want asylum. Okay, you only give us Sri Lanka, over 10,000 people. They gave us Pakistan, over 10,000 people. Sri Lanka and Nigeria, over 2,000 people after their stay, asked for asylum.
2,000?
Yeah, just 2,000. After, how many people have gone there and all the money we've given them. But, I just don't want it to be like, they're targeting us because we're easy prey. That's the thing. And gone are the days when we had leaders who would fight, diplomats who were ready to go out there and sit at the table and have hard discussions for national pride to defend their citizens. Gone are the days of that. Now everybody's just, I don't even know what everybody's doing these days. So that's my thing here.
Okay. Olumide.
Well, pardon me for this statement, I see this as one of the Kemi Badenoch effects.
Okay.
If you understand what I mean. Yeah. But let's look at the impact of this stricter visa restriction to Nigeria. Higher education sector revenue loss. Just 2021 alone, Nigeria contributed 1.93 billion pounds.
Exactly.
1.93
billion pounds.
Yes.
To the UK economy.
Yes. Alone. Now, the labor market. There will be shortages in critical sectors like healthcare, STEM, infotechnology, because Nigerians are the ones there. If you find yourself in UK, it's either you're a health worker or caregiver and all that. Those are the jobs that Nigerians are easily
readily available for foreigners.
Yes. And not to talk about the fact that, yes, you will be underpaid because, yes, you're not a citizen, so they'll give you whatever you want. We've seen cases whereby people have come out on social media to complain about their bosses underpaying them and they can't do anything because they are not legally recognized in that country. Then also visa fee revenue. Just from 2023 to 2024, Nigeria donated 40 billion naira. So now I wonder if all that money was coming into Nigeria. First of all, I don't understand the fact of having, now Priya, if you want to travel now, you need nothing less than, I'm being modest, 20 million. If you want to relocate or further your
studies. You mean if I want to establish a business?
Not business. I'm talking about higher education or further education. You need 20 million naira. So I don't understand. And people are selling their houses, properties.
People are in debt over this.
For this. And just last year, the UK repatriated some students who were not able to complete their tuition fees. And they complained it was due to the foreign exchange and all that. So, but I don't understand why Nigerians are still doing this. But we cannot blame them. They are looking for greener pastures. Yeah. But it would also affect the UK economy because Nigerians, we are solution-oriented. We would look for other alternatives. So definitely Nigerians will look for other countries outside of UK, still in Europe to,
go there. And from there, jet back into UK.
I know someone, what he did was, he applied for a school in UK, and before he paid part payment, and in UK he applied for another school in US, so that his visa will read United Kingdom, and from there move to US.
And will not be among those Donald Trump is trying to kick.
So Nigerians are, let me put it, very, lack of better word, we are crafty in our ways of doing things. No, so we would always find a way.
No, I would not accept the word crafty.
Maybe ingenious, I'd say. More of ingenious.
I will
ingenious.
Because if you use the word crafty, we will be going with their narrative.
Exactly.
I don't want that. But the thing is, I remember, to be fair to the UK and to the United States, or let me just say to the UK at the moment as we speak, to be fair to them, there was a time, you mentioned David Cameron. This was not even David Cameron's, it was during Boris Johnson's administration where there was some form of restriction to immigration laws. No, according to the Foreign Secretary, they review it. They review it and they begin to see new ways to make sure that Nigerians are... It's as if the UK, the Nigerians must come there. Like you colonize this country, right? Yeah. You will have a lot of us there.
Yeah,
so the thing is, they discussed Nigeria in their parliament. Whilst they were discussing immigration law and immigration and how they need to cut down on the number of people that are coming to the UK, and one of the things, the bone of contention at that point in time was that the population in the city are burgeoning and the social amenities are limited. So they felt, okay, if this is what is going to happen, we have to make sure that our immigration rules and laws are, become more stricter. But what did they say? They said, look, if we're going to do that, they started reeling out figures just the way you reeled out your figures.
Yes.
Coming from immigrants, and most especially from Nigerians. And they felt that, look, this is going to be a loss to the educational sector in the UK. They were discussing it in Parliament, and when they were done discussing it, I was analyzing the issue to myself. I'm like, okay, these people are resisting a policy from the executive arm of government because they felt their economy has gained before now.
Yes.
Because of immigration.
Mhm.
And if you nullify that and you reduce the number of people that will be coming into the UK from Africa, and most especially from Nigeria at that point in time, it's going to reflect on their economy, and it's going to reflect on their budget. And if you reflect on the budget, that means the budget going to the education sector is drastically going to reduce. That is, their policies are driven by data and is driven by the singular consideration that, look, our economy needs to move forward. So I was thinking, okay, so if bringing more people into the US and the UK is going to promote their economy, they don't mind. They open their doors. Please come in. And if you cannot pay, like you said, they repatriate you back to your country.
Yeah.
What are we learning? Can't we, within the annals of comparative administration, can't we borrow that model? We have, do you have any idea how many Ghanaians we have in Nigeria? Do you have any idea? I'm not saying we should repatriate them. But
I hope not.
Do you have any idea how many foreigners, African foreigners, that get into Nigeria, that get into this country by just crossing the border from Benin Republic or from Cameroon or from other states that are contiguous to Nigeria, and there's nothing. We don't do anything about it. In fact, we want to even give them NIN.
Yes.
Yes, we even give them NIN, National Identification Number, though probably they should be able to tell if these are Nigerians or not, because the future, you might be telling a different story in the future. So looking at the UK, I'm not really going to blame the UK for taking this line. However, I'm an advocate for Nigerians to spread across the globe.
You know, the thing here with the, you know, I know we're all reeling out figures and stuff like that. I still think there's a sociological, you know, angle to this. I don't,
You're still sticking to that.
I'm sticking to my guns on this because, you know, again, of all the figures they reeled out, you know, they didn't talk about the amount of people who actually leave and don't overstay.
Okay.
They've not been able to produce figures for that since 2020. There has been no white paper on that because when they released it in 2020, people challenged that and they could not back up the figures. They couldn't ascertain the figures. So why should I believe this one's that only God knows where they pulled it out from? Do you understand what I mean? So again, it's just a thing of I don't think this is more political because even the Prime Minister currently, he rode on the policy of fixing the broken immigration system. Yes. So they have to show workings for these things now. And that's why I say it's soft landing, you know, it's soft landing. This is just soft landing for them. So they picked the 3 countries that they know will not cause them any drama. They just picked it. It's easy. China and India, more people from China and India go to the UK yearly. You will not see them on this list. Just a few months ago, when the Prime Minister was telling Kemi Badenoch that you're talking incomprehensible nonsense, it was over the Britain-India trade deal. So these are people that they rate more than us. Do you understand what I mean? Okay. You know, it's low-hanging fruit. And until our leaders and our diplomats can carry themselves in a more respectable fashion, they will not respect us.
But the thing is there a case where Nigerians overstay their time? Are there cases where Nigerians
they are, but it's not like we're the only ones. I'm not making a justification for it, and I don't want to be that guy that, oh, somebody else did something bad, and that's why I'm doing something bad. I don't want to be that guy. I'm not that guy. But I know prejudice when I see it. And I will stick to my guns on this one. I would.
Okay. So, you know, Nigerians have looked at so many ingenious ways to make sure that, look, they are relocating. Imagine you talked about Nigerians who will sell their property.
Yes.
Just because they're looking for greener pastures. Now, what is the implication of that? If the property is worth, let's just assume that the list is very small, insignificant amount of property, and you just can't wait, you do not have patience, you just want to get it off so you can get out. Let's just say 20 million naira, like you were talking about. 20 million naira. Okay, so you get the property out, 20 million naira. You want to go to somewhere, and you're going to look for a means of livelihood there.
Yeah.
You know that when you go, if by any means you are sent back to your country, you're going to sleep in the streets.
Yes.
Are you not going to look for a more ingenious, more clever way to stay over there. Yes, because the complaint is that you came here for study, and all of a sudden you're seeking asylum. Why didn't you seek asylum from the first? Okay, so if he's going to seek asylum from the first instance, are you going to give? He's coming from Nigeria. Are you going to give to him?
So most families, what they do is the couples, the husband and the wife goes. Maybe the wife is schooling, then the husband is working. So while this wife is schooling, she's also looking for a job for sponsorship, so that immediately her program ends, her place of work can say, okay, fine, this person, don't worry, we will sponsor
And they
you.
process the legal papers for that purpose.
Then the husband repeats that
Same
process,
cycle.
you know. But some people, what they do is they genuinely pay for tuition fees, and when they get there, they defer the admission and
They defer the admission and they stay there.
And they stay there.
But you know what? The admission, I think it affords you a period of time for you to stay over in that country for the purpose of your education.
Yes.
So if it affords you that and you have deferred, it's not going to tell on that time frame, and that will leave the authorities to.
So that's why they disappear. Okay, those are criminals.
So those are the people are talking about.
Yeah. Well, and those are the people that will sell their properties and go and find a way to borrow 20 million naira. Now, we have not even started talking about those who are going to school. That's paying your school fees is a different thing, but how much you need to provide for the authorities to see that, look, I'm able to pay for my fees subsequently. I'm able to pay for my medical fee, my medical insurance, and all of that subsequently, and to equally fend for myself for this X number of years. So I have some of them borrow that money, and they are going to pay interest back. Of course. So it's quite an industry. And there are bankers that will provide you 9, 10, 15 million naira for you to present to the UK government that, look, I have this money, whereas that money is not yours. By the time you start staying over there for 2 months, you pay back that money. You transfer the money back to the original owner of that money. Then you stay back and you start paying debt on two fronts. You're paying school fees, you are paying your creditors back in Lagos, Nigeria, or in Nigeria, any part of Nigeria. But yesterday, I saw a post in Twitter, and the UK authorities, they came out to say, look, we are not making laws to keep Nigerians away from our country. We have a long-standing relationship with Nigeria, and it is a responsibility of the UK government every year to review our our immigration laws and rules. And that's exactly what we are doing. And we are not reeling this out because we want to keep Nigerians away. So I see it as one of those activities by way of government policy the UK government will use to clean their stables there at home, not go with your direction. They say it's
I want to go in Moyo's direction, but this time around, I think they should, while they are also publishing what Moyo said, I think they should publish the crime rate, the number of countries.
Yeah, I think so.
With the highest crime rate.
There needs to be a lot of transparency for this.
Put it out.
Put out all the figures. Let's know where we're
I saw a video. I've seen a video of that, and I know the country that is stopping it. It's not Nigeria, but let them publish it.
Let's put it all out. Why these countries? What negativity are they bringing to your land? What is?
But you can't really blame them.
I can't blame
look
them.
at
It's their
Nigeria.
home. It's their home. I
It's
understand.
their home. But when you look at what is happening in Nigeria, also.
I understand that. But at the end of the day, you cannot just single out. You can't cherry pick statistics and put it on the table and think that nobody's going to challenge it. There has to be transparency in whatever you're doing. And another thing I would like to also know is that what is the implication of these tighter measures? Again, not that they'll tell us that we should go and be bringing, we should pay an extra $100 for our visa fees, and they'll bring another thing, red flagged countries exemption fee. You know, this kind of thing. That's how they do. And because they know Nigerians are desperate, they will look for this money. Some people sell their father's properties without their fathers knowing, and just to leave. I'm serious. They know we're desperate.
Yeah. Some people do it. They sell their father's properties
Okay.
while still living their
I'm aware of instances where, it's been quite a long time, where someone who is an athlete and is a budding athlete, he was going for screening in one of these European countries. There was no money to fund him. But luckily, coincidentally, That was the same time his 70 or elderly father collected his pension. So he talked his father into it. And you know that man, that young man, as an athlete, a footballer, and he's going for a screening in a foreign club. He has two things. You go, they don't pick you. You come back home, yourself and your family will starve.
Exactly.
But you go, you get picked, great. Because that money that is being used to send you abroad is your father's work and service for 35 years.
Yeah.
So you know what? He wasn't picked abroad. But you know one thing he did? He disappeared. He's going to go back to Nigeria the next day, and in the hotel where he slept, they woke up in the morning, and while they were preparing to leave, they came to his room. He was not there. So he got missing. In Europe, where there was good life for him. You know how can you starve in the midst of plenty? No. Okay, so I'm not using the Nigeria as but this one is different. So he went missing. And, years later, he kept sending money back home. Where are you now? Oh, don't worry, I'm surviving out there.
That is brave. I don't know how people have the bravery.
Oh, I am aware of lots of those kind of stories because of my background and where I'm coming from. Well, my background and where I'm coming from as a journalist. So don't think otherwise. But this is where we draw the curtain in Souq business landscape today. We hope you had a good time watching and listening to some of our analysis here. My name is Oyinpriye Krumale, and my two gentlemen on the table are going to introduce themselves, and as we wrap up, say goodbye to you.
All right, I'm Adibi Moyosori. It's been lovely being on the show. Thank you so much, Priya.
Yes, thank you. And
it's been lovely staying with us. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it, okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafor, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafor. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing, and I was writing under the name of Akinbodilon. Now, Akinbodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akinbodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akinbodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, "Look, Steve, where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to Linters." I said, "Well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know." So I said, "Okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters." And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, "Sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times." So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left Admark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Souq, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, "My name is ABC, blah, blah, blah." And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, "Look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that." He said, "No, he just wants to talk to you." So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, "My name is this. I said, "My name is this." He said, "Can we meet?" So I said, "She, no problem." He said, "No." So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, "I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics." He said, "No. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that." That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. with the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. Having been a journalist, which I still am, I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was a period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here, and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, blah, when they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks. So people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still growing. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do, and it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just run this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, president said so, president said. Even things that the president did not say, president said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country. Even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalende, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, and make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up till where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buba and Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he kneels down to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemaids and all that. And the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. You took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern, young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out anytime they like. They can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did they, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, you know, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, you know, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. I mean, they are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, I mean, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know, they're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, you know, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, I mean, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. You know, give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. You know, I mean, in those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. You know, families are growing, society is expanding, you know, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course, I work. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30-40 minutes a day, okay? And then, of course, I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier, Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friends, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that, you know, so you don't become like a Christmas tree, you know, on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, oh, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Given copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
Hello and welcome to the Souq News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now straight to the news. President Bola Tinubu arrived at the Chinua Achebe International Airport in Umueri, Anambra State. As part of the ongoing visit focused on development, he was welcomed by Anambra State Governor Charles Soludo and other top state officials, showing strong support from local governments. Dressed in traditional Akwete Igbo attire, the president was accompanied by the special advisor on security, Alhaji Nuhu Ribadu, and other key aides. His arrival signals the start of a major engagement aimed at strengthening the ties with the Southeast and boost confidence in the federal government investment plans. During the visit, the President Tinubu is expected to unveil several development projects targeted at improving infrastructure, business growth, and economic opportunities in Anambra. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, sold 598.33 billion in treasury bills across 3 different durations in its latest auction, with a 365-day bill receiving the highest demand. This long tenure alone attracts 482.62 billion naira, according to total sales, reflecting investor preference, higher returns despite offering 550 billion bills in total demand. 108 trillion demand reached, showing strong market interest driven by overall subscriptions dropped from previous auctions. Yields, let's take a short break and we'll be right back.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture.
Welcome back. This is the World News on Souq News Television. Lagosians have been warned to observe safety rules to safeguard against impact of heavy rainfall following heavy downpour that have been witnessed in different parts of the state. They have also been cautioned to follow instructions given public safety officials, while parents are enjoined not to send their children on errands during the rains. An official of Lagos State Office of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, Mr. Ibrahim Farinloye, advised that motorists should park their vehicles and move away to safer ground environment during the rainfall. He warned residents from taking shelter under temporary or makeshift accommodations during rainfall to avoid disaster. Meanwhile, the Ekpe Local Government Council area of Lagos State has launched a drainage delisting exercise to mitigate flooding risk ahead of the rainy season. Chairman of the council, Princess Sarah Animashao, described the move as a proactive measure to protect lives and property while preventing potential damages during the ongoing rainy period. She added that this regulates the council's unwavering commitment to responsive governance. The president of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, Dr. Omar Touare, has raised concern over worsening infrastructure and insecurity related delays at the Seme border between Nigeria and Benin Republic. Dr. Touare made this known during an ongoing on-the-spot assessment visit to Nigeria-Lagos Seme border, West Africa's busiest land crossing, where he cited abandoned scanners, faulty lighting, and poor water and electricity access as evidence of neglect. He emphasized that while ECOWAS provides infrastructure, its maintenance is the responsibility of member states, urging Nigeria and others to take greater ownership. He also called for reforms to remove bureaucratic and physical barriers stalling regional trade. The Nigeria Custom Controller at Seme border, Dr. Ben Oramalugo, confirmed that the critical equipment like cargo scanners remain non-functional, forcing officials to rely on Benin for electricity. Nigeria's ECOWAS representative, Ambassador Musa Nuhu, also disclosed that a presidential task force has been deployed to address the multiple checkpoints that hinder trade along the corridor. On foreign news, Ukraine has signed a new deal with the United States, giving American companies special access to its valuable mineral resources. The agreement, approved by Ukraine's parliament, is expected to boost business ties between both countries, especially in the mining and energy sectors. The deal focuses on key minerals used in technology, defense, and clean energy. By opening its rich reserves to the United States, Ukraine hopes to attract investment and strengthen its economy, which has suffered for many years of war and instability. Though the deal does not include military aid, experts say it could lead to more support for Ukraine's defense needs in the future. Now, Bill Gates has announced plans to donate nearly all of his personal wealth within the next 2 decades. Speaking on the 25th anniversary of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Gates revealed that an estimated $200 billion will be directed towards supporting the world's poorest populations, particularly in health and poverty alleviation. He emphasized that while the foundation has already spent over $100 billion on causes like vaccine distribution and disease prevention, more is urgently needed, especially as some wealthy countries scale back their foreign aid budget. Gates, who plans to close the foundation by 2045, stressed that private giving alone isn't enough. He called on governments to continue funding global health programs, warning that diseases like polio cannot be eradicated without strong international support. And that's a wrap on the world news on Souq News Television. Do well to join us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Do have a great afternoon.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicants for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask then to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then, unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that have been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that custom should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collected. Custom, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money, okay? And they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Administration, Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is the question to be answered, because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which should have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of the Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience, as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. I have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative, Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative, and you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the joint revenue board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the joint revenue board will now be more powerful than what we know before as joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my turn is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT. What you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby in any country in the world, from my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong, and then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the recharge card and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that a state like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That will go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the cross of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. On 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. Third point, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%, the 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that will show that, yeah, we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED Fund. It is only NEL Fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELFON, even before transferring everything to NELFON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third point is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the Federal University College of Education Polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents will insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, you either tell one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, they go to NELFON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NELFON, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%. And then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no. If that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. And someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of BAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bill if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by the virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision-making using data analytics, that we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noriede, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the
Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comprehensive study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for a very short comprehensive study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all that you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was called the cause too. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as 16 over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of the projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, low confidence in the test. ACTs are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center and is from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for human. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next one. And you can see where we are here at 2.6% hopeful. And next one. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path, and we are happy that this is being mentioned here today, and like I said, this signature, and in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping and assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this. With NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight. With WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation. And then importantly, with our private sector partners as well. So PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting. With SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, MyShemeds. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Obulafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for Souq. Quickly, we're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the 4th bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Sanwo. I must recognize my brother, who is the one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. And all members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You will not see it physically. Standing in for myself, and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneer initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Minister of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set the track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the Rethinking Malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of primary healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 27% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiative like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable, innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that the Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties.
Congratulations, sir.
Negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart a course to pre-elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
Practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the health ministry, there are several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The country director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the country representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a social-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a pin, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slides by Professor Akin, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job. Animation and cartooning is a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things, you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Martina because those days when they take your blood test, you must replenish it with a bottle of Martina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's the message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that Afama and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. We are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoes. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we take it. We'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. And I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative possible. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful, because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives, and want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control, we say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall met, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final praising point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idowu as a permanent secretary. By clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor Souq, may I plead your indulgence, Councillor President?
She thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was doing her eye and her eye. This pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to Malaria Pre-Admission and Sterilization Program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo hub.
And as soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson and 4 bronze panels at its base, show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do it anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concert, so I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that the people don't use it much time. So we used to have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.